Good evening, Shark Fanatics, and welcome to Sharks. It's August 30, and finally, our main event for tonight, that is Francisco Django Bustamante versus Antonio Vice Lining. It's a race to 25 matchup brought to you by Sharks, the Mecca of Pool. Before we get down to the players, a number of announcements to be made with regards matches. And this coming October 24 to 31, it's the Philippine Open 10-Ball Championship brought to you by Billiard Managers and Players Association of the Philippines. Registration begins September 1, ends on October 20. 128 players are playing first-come, first-served basis with an entry fee of 300 Philippine pesos. And the prize pool for the top 32 players, that is 30,000 US dollars. The format is double elimination up until the last 64 players. Then we proceed with a single knockout. For more details, look for Alex Parker. Text or call him via his cell phone number, that is 0916-466-4695. And soon here at Sharks, Antonio Lining is going up against former world champion Darren Dynamite Appleton. Also a matchup for Darren Dynamite Appleton, it's going to be Francisco Django Bustamante, two world champions going at it at Sharks. And this coming September 8, 9, and 10, Jericho Banyares, our very own professional pool player Panday, is up against the great Shane Van Boning, SVB. The recent World 9-Ball champion was crowned a couple of months ago. And on September 15, 16, and 17, one of the very best here in the Philippines, Johan Chua Badkoy, up against the South Dakota kid, Shane Van Boning. And a last match for Shane. No strangers when it comes to big matches. That is Dennis Orculio up against Shane Van Boning this coming September 22, 23, and 24 here at Sharks. The Fire Dragon, Chang Yun Lin, one of the best players in the world, is up against our very own Kingpin Baset Mokaybat. Here at Sharks, also another matchup, the Money Game King of the Philippines, that is Dennis Orculio, up against the Money Game King of Taiwan, Chang Yun Lin. And a last matchup for Chang Yun Lin, that is the Black Tiger, Carlo Biado, the current US Open champion, versus the Fire Dragon here at Sharks.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And we are back, Shark Fanatics. My name is Cassie, and welcome to Sharks. Ngayong gabi, magtatapat ang dalawa sa veterano at pinakamagagaling sa larangan ng billiards dito sa Pilipinas. We have Francisco Django Bustamante and Antonio Nicoy Lining. So, kamusta, Sir Django?
Okay lang. Mabuti naman.
Ano ang naging preparation mo para sa match nito, nyo na to ni Sir Lining?
Palagi naman ako nakaprepare kasi sa akin, kumisan, may biglaan laban. So, kailangan nagpapakondisyon ka palagi.
Ano ang message mo sa viewers mo? Ang tagal ka nilang hindi nakita dito sa Sharks. Miss na miss ka na nila.
Sa mga fans ko, sana wag sila magsawang panoorin ako kahit na puro sablay. Sana manood pa rin kayo. So, enjoy.
Thank you so much, Sir Django. Sir Antonio, kamusta?
Okay naman. Mabuti.
Antipid. So, anong naging preparation mo sa match na to ni Sir Django?
Wala, araw-araw lang ensayo, pinapractice yung mga dapat practice na tira pa. Yun lang.
So, any message sa mga nanonood sa'yo?
Sa mga nanonood, wag po tayong magsawang sumuporta sa larong bilyar dito sa Pilipinas. At marami pa po tayong madidiscover ng mga kabataang gagaling pa sa larangan ng bilyar.
Thank you so much and good luck. So this will be a one-day special event, race to 25 10-ball battle only here at Sharks. So for a special event, will it be Django Bustamante or Antonio Nicoya Lining? We'll find out soon, only here at Sharks, the mecca of pool.
Once again, good evening to all. Thank you to the beautiful Maria Cassandra Quilao for that interview with both players. Well, in a few moments, we're going to be seeing the lag for the very first break of this matchup. And I know you guys will be enjoying this because these are legends of the game of pool. The reason why I got hooked into playing billiards or pool is because of Efren Reyes, Django Bustamante, and Antonio Lining. So to all viewers out there, stay tuned, sit back, relax, and watch this match coming from Sharks. Okay, so we're going to be having the lag right now between two players. It's been a while since I've seen Francisco Bustamante playing. And here we go. Both players lagging for the break. It's going to be nice to see that windmill stroke of Francisco Bustamante, something we all grew up seeing. Very unorthodox, but then again, very effective. And how about that patented, really powerful break coming from this guy? Kaya natuto akong sumargo at makasira ng tapete dahil sa kanya. Anyway, here we go. That break is brought to you by one of our sponsors, Rapa Commercial. First break comes up dry. Django. Once again, good morning, or good evening to everybody here watching at Sharks. Keeping you company right now, it's Aris Almario along with my partner, Patrick Santamaria. He's going to be joining me in a bit. A push out done there by Antonio Lining. I believe we're going to be learning a lot of things from these players, especially in kicking and playing safeties. Django first shot makes the one. Could be intentional bumping the 5. And well, it looks like with this 4, if he's going offensive with this, I think the side pocket would be the pocket he takes it into. Nicely made there. World 9-ball champion back in 2010, Francisco Bustamante. Nobody can forget that matchup back in 2002, World 9-ball finals up against Earl Strickland, where Django was beaten by the great Earl Strickland. BCA Hall of Famer, Billiard Congress of America, inducted in 2010 as well. And there you have it. The very first rack goes in favor of Francisco Bustamante. Anyway, this is Antonio Lining. Hails from Oriental Mindoro. He's going to be breaking in the next rack.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And to all viewers out there, especially those who'd like to try out our amateur events, you might want to become a member. All you have to do is undergo a screening process usually held at Hard Times Sports Bar that is located at 59D, Timog Avenue, Barangay South Triangle, Quezon City. For more details, contact Alex Parker. Text or call him 0916-466-4695. I'd like to say good evening to Francis Noel Javier. Shouting out dun sa mga taga Candelaria, Zambales, sa bilyaran ni Kuya Caron. And Mr. Harold Pascual, watching from San Antonio, Zambales. Thank you for tuning in. Carding Sungkit, happy birthday to you. And Eric Amores, Justin De La Cruz, always watching with us here at Sharks. Shoutout kay Boss Erwin ng Shell, Tabing Ilog. And Don Maralit, watching from Lupang Paraiso, Old City. Thank you very much. Here we go. Antonio Lining to break. Once again, brought to you by Rapa Commercial. It's going to be a dry break, and look at this. The one really close to that 10 ball. Mr. Ronnie Aguirre, watching from YouTube at Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Benjamin Rabina, welcome. Oh, where's that cue ball heading? Well, he avoids a scratch there. That was close. Gonna be drawing off this 2 ball with it. He's jacking up, so that's gonna be sure. Still very much a straight shooter, Francisco Bustamante. You can see that from that camera angle nicely. You can see the cue going out of his hands. That bridge. Very much unorthodox way of bridging, but nonetheless amazing. It's all about the feel. Well, I have to say, it's a nostalgic feeling watching Francisco Bustamante here at Sharks. After more than a year, he's back here playing, and oh wow, that beautiful stroke we all love to see. Bumping the 8 towards the center. Well, it looks like he's going to be getting his second point.
Corner 8.
You can see the cue, it's going out of his fingers. And this 10 ball for his second point, Francisco Bustamante. And almost scratched, but then again, he makes that 10. Hello to Mr. Von Mariano Elizalde Damaulo, watching from, saying hello to Pure Gold Santa Ana Billiards. Michael J. Lim from Pindasan, thank you. Roel Valencia Banaga, good evening to you. Dondon Maralit, thank you very much for tuning in here at Sharks. Mr. Adrian Christopher Soria, watching from Bantay, Ilocos Sur. Once again, it's going to be Django Francisco Bustamante to break in the next rack. Let's read this. Nag-start ako kasi yung kapatid ko may tindahan noon sa probinsya namin sa Tarlac. Yung katabi ng tindahan niya ay bilyaran. Doon ako natuto magbilyar. After na school, doon ako tumatambay hanggang sa naglalaro na ako mag-isa. Tapos hanggang sa magustuhan ko na. Nice story coming from Francisco Bustamante. And let us thank our sponsors once again. All these events here at Sharks are made possible because of them. Bugsy Promotions, promoting world-class quality pool action for world-class pool players. Also giving opportunities to amateurs to showcase their talents and hone their skills in this game of pool. We also have Ropa Commercial in the distribution of pool equipment and accessories since the 1960s. And Phil Cues, conceptualized in 2018, is in the promotion of Philippine custom and production cues that can match and surpass the quality of cue makers in the international community. Once again, thank you to our sponsors. Mr. Marvin Bonaubra. Mr. Marvin Bonaubra, watching from Cabuyao, Laguna. Thank you for tuning in. That break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. Nice break, Francisco.
And also good evening to one of our amateur players right here, Darwin Bernadas. Ayan. Hi to all Shark Fanatics. Ayan.
And si Darwin Bernadas, ano yan? Semi-pro.
Yan ang mga top natin dito sa amateur divisions.
Well, he tried out a bank shot there. Cross bank. Got in it safe against Antonio Lining.
Corner.
Looks like he's calling the cross bank here for the one. Not sure if he called the 9, but it's going to be an option for Francisco if he chooses to take this on.
One ball. Corner.
And the lucky bump on that 10 gives him a chance to shoot this 2 and probably play a combination, maybe. Maybe with a 4 or maybe with a 6. Wow, Francisco missing on that 4. Decides to take it towards that corner instead of the side. Tonyo leaning now. Looks like he's going to be playing the combination. Apparently, maybe not. Running out might be easier. And this is going to be done in a few moments. Antonio Lining with his first point.
There you go, Shark Fanatics. Ito na. That's win number 1 for Antonio Vice Lining.
Once again, Antonio Lining to break on the next rack.
And coming this October 24 to 31, ayan, dito po gaganapin ang 2022 Philippine Open, a 10-ball tournament. Kaya ito, registrations period is from September 1 to October 20. Ayan, 128 players only, with an entry fee of 300 pesos and a prize pool of 30,000 USD. Kaya kung may mga iba pa kayong katanungan, mga Shark Fanatics, just contact our Commissioner Alex Parker. His number is 0916-466-4695 para masagot ang inyong mga katanungan. At muli po, inaanyayahan namin kayong sumali dito sa 2022 Philippine Open. Now here's Antonio Lining to take the break. And this break is brought to us by Ropa Commercial. Scratch of the break para dito kay Antonio Lining. Now here's a ball in hand for Django Bustamante.
Well, it looks like an open layout here. Same as the last one, but all Francisco needs to do is get nice position in every ball. It looks like he's running out. Beginning with this 1 to the 2. Well, he flukes the 6, but that wouldn't count. Apparently, We are implementing call shot rules here. Fails to make the 3 via combination. Tonyo leaning. Chance once again here for Francisco. It looks like an easier layout now. Let's hope he runs out. Obviously, he wants to get closer to the pink 4. How close or which proximity, that depends on how he wants to play this. Well, can't tell if he can still make the pink 4, but it looks like he has gotten short. Short of position.
Django tried to cheat that pocket. Now here's Antonio leaning.
It's going to be easy for him to play position for the brown. Looks like he's drawing off this purple 5. This shot easier for a right-handed player, but for Antonio Lining being left-handed, looks like he's going to be using the bridge. Comes up a bit short, but still very much doable here. Well, it's been quite a while, partner, since Francisco Bustamante was regarded as the best player in the world.
That's right, partner.
There was a late 90s, early 2000s, he was considered as the best. Surprisingly, Antonio Lining missing on a shot.
Corner.
Okay, so with that miss coming from Antonio Lining, Bustamante now this 10 for his 3rd point. There you go. Filipino legend Francisco Bustamante. 3 points.
And I would like to say shout out to Stephen Enriquez watching from Iloilo, Delmar Belecina Balgoa watching from Mabini, Pangasinan, and kay Mac Jane Mapa Camino from Negros Occidental. And up next to break is Django Bustamante.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. a warrior's spear. Cod jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Coming soon here at Sharks, Antonio Vice leaning versus Darren the Dynamite Appleton. This special event is brought to us by the Mecca of Pool, Sharks. And I would like to say shout out on our Facebook live chat. Ryan Bustamante, Robin Hood Cruz, Anthony Raffles from Davao City, Elizalde Damaulao, Francis Wegener Jr., Eddie Katama, Eugene Tabora, Kokoy Mola. Shoutout po sa inyo. At ito ang score. Django with 3, Antonio with 1. Now here's Django Bustamante for the break. And that break is brought to us by Rapa Commercial. And a dry break right there coming from Django Bustamante. Now here's Vice to take on that one.
One, corner.
Antonio fell a bit short on that position para sa blue 2. And now he's going for a kick shot. And he landed it safe.
Side, 2.
Now here's Django to take a kick shot. Wow, what a nice kick shot coming from Django Bustamante right there. And he has a position on this red 3.
Three, corner.
Django tried to bank that 3. Pero hindi pumasok. Now here's a chance for Antonio leaning. Ito para sa angulo nito, merong karambolan G's. At ayun na nga.
Winner. Leaning.
Antonio leaning gets his second point after that 3-10 karom. And shout out to Michael Magalona from Iloilo, Jeff Fajardo from Alaminos, Laguna, and Cram Villanueva. Good evening to you, sir, watching from Virginia, USA. And up next to break is Antonio leaning. this coming September 8, 9, and 10. Jericho Banyares versus Shane Van Boning. Ayan mga Shark Fanatics. Ito ang magiging una sa mga magiging laban dito ni Shane Van Boning sa atin sa Sharks. Kaya mark your calendars for this one great event for you. Brought to you by the Mecca of Pool, Sharks. At ito sa screens ang ating scores. Francisco Django Bustamante with 3, while Antonio Vice leaning with 2. At ito sa ating Facebook live chat, shout out to Liera Con. Shout out daw kay Lucky Santos. Ayan. And on our YouTube, shout out to Charles James Espiritu from San Pablo, Laguna. Now here's Antonio leaning for the break. And that break is brought to us by Ropa Commercial. 1 ball on the side for that break para dito kay Antonio leaning.
And well, he was going for a two-way shot, I believe. Had he made a 2, it looks like he would have had a shot on the red 3.
And eto, mukhang cross bank ang gagawin dito ni Django.
Well, it looks like he has left a shot. Antonio leaning this 2 ball. Fairly long, but easy to make for him. But making the 2 is just one of his concerns. It's also getting position for the red. Can he avoid the 8? Well, that was nice. He's closer, but has a shot. But it's going to be tough, so looks like a kick shot. Or rather, a safety shot being played now. Well, that's nice. Okay, so Antonio leaning with a shot on the 5. That was nice. It still has to play a nice shot here on the 6, where he's going to be bouncing off the side rail for the 7. It was required quite some speed there, but he's come short.
Medyo natampal yung tira doon, partner, kaya namatay itong cue ball natin.
Ayun nga. So tingin ko naman, no, talagang tampal kaya lang nabitin. Well, still very much makeable, that 7 ball, but now this 8. gonna be tough. Gets it safe. But it's left here, Bustamante with a bank.
That's right, partner. At ito pa namang si Django. Isa rin to sa mga idol ko sa doblete.
Oh, doblete. Bank pool champion as well, Francisco Bustamante. Playing at the Derby City Classic. Marami rin siyang pinanalo dun. All-around champion din yan.
That's right, partner.
That looks like to be a safety, honestly.
Two-way shot.
Eight corner.
Well, Lining has now brought out his jump cue. Going to be jumping over the 10. And well, he's just checking Django if the 9 goes past the 10. So I believe he's going to be drawing this just a bit.
Nine corner.
Oh, so that miss. Looks like Francisco still adjusting with the conditions here.
Nine corner.
And Antonio Lining now has 3 points.
We're all tied at 3. And saying shout out to Eric Amores. Yan, magandang gabi sa'yo. Up next to break is Django Bustamante.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
September 15, 16, and 17, it's Badko Johan Chua versus the South Dakota kid, Shane Van Boning, here at Sharks. And partner, let's do some greetings here. Miss Mila Arante saying good evening to us here watching from Germany. Thank you, Miss Mila.
Ayan, Miss Mila. Good evening. Sa mga kababayan natin dyan sa Germany. And at your screens, ang ating scores. At ito, we're all tied at 3.
And here we go. Cisco Bustamante to break. That break is brought to us by Rapa Commercial. There you have it. Well, patented break coming from Francisco Bustamante, one of the best breakers in the world back in his heyday.
One corner.
But apparently he has come up dry, and so Antonio Lining with a chance here. But apparently he misses
Missed
that.
that shot on that too. Pero partner, hindi pa rin nabigyan dito ng open shot si Django.
That's right, no open shot, and well, all he has to do here is kick. Hope for something nice after making contact with the two. There has to be, he might be using a bit of check side there. It's going to be a foul. Well, from this camera angle, it's clear to us that the 7 was bumped first. Well, these guys, these players, the legends of Game of Pool here in the Philippines, their age is fairly close to each other.
That's right, partner. At naalala ko nga, nakwento sa akin ng daddy ko before na eto, sila nung 80s, bakbakan sila ng bakbakan.
Well, back in the 80s,
Kaya pwede natin tawagin to Battle of the 80s, partner.
That's right. Well, in the 80s, their age must be about 20 or about
Early
20,
30s.
late
right.
20s, I believe, because
Late 20s, early 30s, mga ganon.
that's right. Well, after ball in hand, Antonio Lining now is getting a chance for him to run out. Okay, and so Antonio, after making that 6-ball go, has a nice shot here on the 7. Might be playing position around us, these cluster of balls, to take the 8 towards that corner. Well, nicely done, Antonio Lining now. The shot here. Well, I've just verified from Google, these guys, these two players here are of the same age.
Two balls left here for Antonio Lining.
And Antonio Lining with a shot here on the 10 for his 4th point.
There you go, Sharkanatics. Antonio Lining now with 4 points.
And that's 3 straight wins coming from Antonio Lining, because at one point he was trailing by 2 when the score was 3-1. Now that's 3 straight for him. He now has 4.
That's right. At ito, siguro dahil magkasing age sila, partner, pwede nating sabihin battle ng legends of the 80s.
Definitely. In the 80s, they were in their mid-20s or in their late 20s. Definitely their prime when it comes to playing the game of pool. Up next, Antonio Lining is going to be breaking. September 22, 23, and 24, it's Dennis Orculio versus Shane Van Boning. No strangers when it comes to big matches, these two guys. Finally playing here at Sharks, the Mecca of Pool. Let me say good evening to Mr. Gil or Gil Jurado. Thanks for tuning in. Nuhavlis Batang, watching from General Trias Cavite.
And on our YouTube, David Lehman.
Buenos dias, Senor.
Senor. And to Trish Durbin from Missouri, USA. And Mr. Anthony Keller.
Yes, Mr. Anthony Keller, thank you for responding to one of the questions here. Well, here in the Philippines, we do speak what we call Taglish. It's a mixture of English and Tagalog.
Now here's Antonio Lining for the break. And this break is brought to us by Rapa Commercial.
Well, he's going to make the 8 and he's going to land a shot here on the 1. Well, for a moment there, I thought the 3 was getting on the way. And with this shot, might be rolling forward or stunning. Okay. Can't tell. Maybe the 2 goes past the 4 for a shot, or we might be expecting a safety here.
Partner, I think dadaan to dos.
Well, camera angle fools us quite often here. Really hard to tell watching from the monitor.
Good angle on the 4.
Well, he bumps the 5 closer to the side. Makes it easier for him to play position for the 6. Well, it looks like the 9 will go past the 10. So quickly, Antonio Lining is going to be getting his 5th point.
Patatalbogin nila to, partner. Or maybe not. Pinitik na lang.
Well, that's 4 straight wins once he makes this 10.
There you go. That's win number 5 for Antonio Lining.
Well, up next, it's going to be Francisco Bustamante once again to break. Well, let's see if he gets successful and makes a ball, and maybe he could run out. That would be nice for him.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Caw jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And get yourselves a code jump you or a code tip at Hard Time Sports Bar. And soon here at Sharks, the Fire Dragon Chang Yung Lin is up against the Kingpin Baset Mokai Bat. Here at Sharks, the Mecca of Pool. Mr. Emerson Portem, rooting for Antonio Lining, watching from Victoria Oriental, Mindoro. Thank you, Mr. Emerson. And Jules Tolitz Javier Madrid.
Rooting out for Nicoy. Siguro mga kababayan to ni Nicoy sa Mindoro.
Mari.
Ayan. And at your screens para sa battle ng Legends of the 80s. Ang score nila, Francisco Django Bustamante with 3 and Antonio Vice Lining with 5. And up next to break is Django Bustamante.
And we can see he's being sponsored by 3 Seconds. Django Bustamante, Francisco. With this break brought to us by Ropa Commercial. He's going to make the 8, and that's going to be nice.
And he has an open shot on this one, partner.
Well, it's not going to be an easy shot here, especially with lots of distance and cut angle. Not to mention he's going to have to draw off this cue ball. Wants it to stop.
Side 2.
Calls aside. Might be bumping off the 9 and the 10 there, or the 10 probably. And he's going to be fine. That was nice. Going with the window between the 9 and the 10 for the 4. It's looking like a break and run out now. And with 4 balls left, a big chance Francisco Bustamante is running out. Well, that's more like it. Vintage Francisco Bustamante. And quickly, it's looking like a break and run out. Bustamante finally Another win on his side of the ledger.
There you go. Django Bustamante now with 4 points.
And let me say hello. And I'm shouting out to one of our viewers here on Facebook. It's Rosang Kima, Rachel. Or Rachel. Thanks for tuning in. Why Filipinos are crazy about shoutouts? Well, it entertains them. That may be it. Up next, it's gonna be Antonio leaning to break.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And a matchup here, the Money Game King of the Philippines. Currently, it's RoboCop Dennis Orculio versus the Money Game King of Taiwan, Fire Dragon Chang Yun Lin. Here at Sharks, the Mecca of Pool. Hello to Mr. Paulo San Juan. Fist bump to you, sir.
And to Sir Lucas Fracaso Werner, rooting out for Django.
And here's our score. Leading the way is Antonio Vice leaning up against Django Bustamante just by a point. It's a race to 25, so it's a long race. Mr. Joseph Garcia asking about the Jump U, code Jump U. For more details, just contact Hard Time Sports Bar. Their number is 0970-796-1362. Again, Hard Times, it's at Timog Avenue, Quezon City.
Now here's Antonio leaning for the break. That break is brought to us by Rapa Commercial. And looks like a dry break for Antonio leaning.
That's right. It looks like he was trying something out, trying something different with that because he apparently didn't hit it that hard. So an open shot here for Bustamante. He's going over the 8 and the 10, making it tough. You can see a bit of shake on his bridge hand there. Well, a lot of viewers right now watching Bustamante, apparently looking at him as one of their favorite pool players of all time. Same here for us, right?
That's right, partner.
Honestly, it feels nostalgic watching him.
Naalala ko tuloy yung kabataan ko, partner. Nung pinanonood ko siya, nakamulit pa yung buhok niya.
That's right. Just couldn't forget that matchup between him and Earl Strickland in 2002 World 9 Ball Championship.
World 9 Ball, that's right, partner.
In Cardiff, Wales. Could you believe that was 20 years ago? What happened to all the time? He's calling the 5 towards the corner. It's going to be a cut. Looks like it's makeable, but the cue ball is going to be going wild. And he's going for his extension because this is not an easy shot. Apparently he's shooting on the rail. Going for a bank. Wow.
What a nice bank shot coming from Django.
Yes, that wasn't easy, especially being queuing over the rail. But backpool champion Francisco Bustamante makes it look easy. And this 10 ball, well, this is a run out coming from Bustamante after a dry break from Antonio Lining.
Once again, we're all tied.
Yes, and hello to all viewers out there. Mr. David Harrelson watching from Lancaster, California. William Ramos Ocampo, good evening. John Mark Grico Taburete. Indeed, this is a nice match. Lou Is. Thanks for tuning in. To Mr. Alan Go from Qatar. Dotos Melucio. Thanks for tuning in. Roger S.G. Caber saying good evening to all coming from Puerto Princesa, Palawan. And once again, we're going to be seeing Django Francisco Bustamante to break. And another matchup here for Chang Yung Lin. Again, this is RoboCop, Dennis Orculio, here at Sharks really soon. And so the score now is 5 apiece for both players, race to 25. Mr. Lime Vlogs, super fan ako ni Bustamante, good luck. Yes, that's right. Same tayo, fan. Well, both players are my pool heroes. Growing up, hearing these names, Francisco Bustamante, Antonio Lining, sila yung mga kaya tayo na galak maglaro eh.
Kaya tayo nahilig.
Nahilig, oo.
Ayan, tama ka dyan, partner. Now here's Django for the break.
Well, this break is brought to us by one of our sponsors, Rapa Commercial. Look at that. Classic vintage Bustamante break. But, well, the red 3, for some reason, is once again making it more interesting for us here. And the push out was called. Looks like he's challenging Antonio Lining to take on this cut on the 2. A bit too much room for queuing here. It's gonna be looking like Antonio is gonna like to take this on. Very much makeable for him. Just like that. But the 4 has gotten in the way. Could that be what Francisco Bustamante was hoping for? And well, that wasn't going to be easy of a shot. But lucky for him, he has left it hanging by the pocket, but it's going to be tough for a kick. Francisco comes to the table with that 3, being blocked by a number of balls here. Can't even tell if the one rail kick is available.
Extension.
3.
3. Corner. Foul.
And a scratch right there, coming from Django Bustamante.
Okay, this 6 doesn't need to be too close to the 7. Maybe the center of the table might be nice.
And he went for 3 rails for a
3
position
rails.
for
Short
that 7. Short side, partner.
That's right, and he's landed perfect. Wow. Playing the rails, playing the angles. Nicely executed there by Antonio Lining. It's looking like both players have become comfortable in shooting. Early in the first 4 racks, it looks like they were both adjusting with the table conditions, but now looks like Antonio and Francisco getting better as the match proceeds.
Corner.
There you have it, Sharkanatics. That's win number 6 for Antonio Lining. Now, here are some of the highlights of that previous rack.
And let me say hello to a friend of mine, Terry Patu. SEA Games gold medalist sa doubles. Dati silang dalawa, tama. Not the SEA Games, but according to Google, they are gold medalists of the Asian Games.
And up next to break is Antonio Lining.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone Welcome to Sharks.
And to all viewers out there who'd like to try out and become a member here at Sharks to play in the beautiful Sharks Arena, first undergo a screening process held at Hard Time Sports Bar that is located at 59D Timog Avenue, Barangay South Triangle, Quezon City. For more details, contact Alex Parker. He hosts the screening process. His cell number is 0916-466-4695. Once again, thanks for tuning in. Let me see, do a number of greetings here. Mr. Danny Idang David, thank you for tuning in, always keeping us company. Mr. Jake Lucero, saying hello to Team Alpha. Zaryar Salazar, Bustamante all the way.
And to John Marco Taborete, shout out to you. And to Sir Wally Soriano.
Yes, Mr. Wally Soriano, thanks. My generations of good players. Yes, good luck to them both.
That break is brought to us by a Rapa commercial.
And looks like it's gonna be a dry break.
That's right, partner. Another dry break right there for Antonio Lining.
No open shot on the one for Francisco. And question here from YouTube. No F-run on this tournament. Maybe soon. Mr. Pringles original. Might be seeing F-run soon here. Right now, pool legend Francisco Bustamante. Look at this. A kick safe. Not too bad. No push outs being called there because apparently it was easy for him to kick and stick that cue ball behind a number of balls. And a jump. Not too much of a sellout because it's going to be tough. And let me say hello to a good friend, George Ong, Zima Tarsi. Who's my partner? Pakilala ka.
Ayan, si Matarsi, I'm here, Mr. Suave.
Yes, once again, thanks for tuning in to all friends out there. Another kick safe, or another safety maybe you just played. This is what we're all waiting for here. Safety battles. And after a kick coming from Antonio Lining, he doesn't sell out. Nice kick there. Kick safety once again.
And another kick safe right there, coming from Django Bustamante.
Amazing how these two guys are really adept when it comes to their kicking game, getting safeties. Not too bad here. No sellout. Carefully controlling the cue ball and the object ball.
Pero I think, partner, dadalhin to ni Django tong puti sa taas. At itong uno tatago dyan sa may 6 o 7.
It looks like he was going for what you mentioned, partner, but Just failed to get behind those
6.
balls.
That's right, partner.
And playing a safety, kissing that one ball off the 6, stopping the cue ball by the 5. Nice execution there. It looks like it's an easy kick for Bustamante.
And this would be a sellout for Antonio Lining, leaving that one on that side pocket.
Well, it was unavoidable that he bumps the 9 out of the way, but worked really nice for him. Antonio Lining has a chance right now for him to possibly run out. And look at this patented backstroke shot, Filipino style. Kind of short of pace there to get fairly straight on this 4. Not a problem here.
Ito partner, mukhang ano na to, uubusin na dahil sobrang kalat na nito at halos nasa butas na mga bola.
That's right. Fairly open layout for Antonio Lining. Decides to go 3 rails or 2 rails position for the 6. Center table position or bouncing off 2 rails might be ideal for as long as he leaves himself an angle on the brown. That's going to be okay. And in a matter of 3 balls time after these are made, he's going to be getting his 7th point. Antonio Lining is going to be getting 2 points of a lead in this rack if he runs out.
This shot is for his 7th point. There you go. Antonio Lining now has 7 points.
Quite a safety exchange at the start of this rack. It was Antonio Lining who was victorious in that safety battle, leading to another point in his favor. And let me say hello to William Roberge. Eugene Sumandi, watching from Puerto Princesa, Palawan.
And also to Darwin Esparagoza from Manda. I guess that's Mandaluyong, partner.
That's right.
And up next to break is Django Bustamante. And once again, we would like to say thanks to our sponsors, Bugsy Promotions, Ropa Commercial, and Phil Q's Billiard Q's.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony Keller, for that information. Well, it's just an expression, I guess. Many Filipino players shoot really well with that kind of style, but nice again. Then again, thanks. Most players nowadays really shoot really well with their off.
And shout out to June Mesias Bernaldez watching from Butuan City. And to Oliver Canonizado watching from Calgary, Canada. Shout out to you and thanks for tuning here at Sharks.
Here we go, Bustamante breaking, looking to catch up. That break is brought to us by Ropa Commercial. Look at that. Powerful break. Nice result as well. Oh, what he does here might be playing a safety behind the 6 with the bank. Okay, with a bank option. And well, it looks like he was contemplating about jumping it, but with this, he's gotten his playing cue once again. Gonna be kicking, and he's calling the 1 towards that corner. Nice hit, but where this lands, not sure what he can do here. Bustamante. Might be kissing the 1 off the 10. Could be. Or he was going for a two-way shot.
That's right, partner. I guess the 3 is blocking that cue ball.
Well, it's going to be a swerve, I believe, or a semi-jump. Well, it was Antonio Lining who looked to be jumping that time. A semi-jump from him. So with a foul, Bustamante with ball in hand. If there's going to be a problem, might be getting from the 3 to the 4. He wants to get a nice angle once he gets on the red 3. Overran position quite a bit here for the 2, but no problem for this guy.
Nice shot coming from Django right there, partner.
Yes, that's right.
Very classic Django.
And with what he had on the 3, he decides to play the pink 4 for the side. Gets perfect. Nice power draw there. Well, I think he has solved most of the problems in this rack. Nice force follow coming from Francisco. And, well, it looks like a stop shot. Or maybe a draw to take the 10 to the same pocket. Well, based on this angle of the camera, opposite corner. And Francisco now going to be getting his 6th point with this.
There you have it, Sharkanatics. That's win number 6 for Django Bustamante.
We're starting to see Francisco Bustamante come up with really nice shots there. Some of those shots weren't easy by any means. And so up next, it's going to be Antonio Lining. He's going to be breaking the next rack. Once again, bisita po tayo sa Vilugaw Scout Limbaga branch. That is 117 Scout Limbaga Street, Barangay Sacred Heart, Quezon City. And let's invite all viewers, pool players to join this Philippine Open 10-Ball Championship. It's going to be held this coming October 24 to 31, brought to you by Billiard Managers and Players Association of the Philippines. Registrations start 2 days from now. September 1 ends on October 20. 128 players will be playing first come, first serve with an entry fee of 300 Philippine pesos. $30,000 to be distributed for the top 32 players. Double eliminations at the start up until the last 64. We proceed with a single knockout format. For more details, look for Alex Parker, 0916-466-4695. So once again, you are watching this matchup between Antonio Lining and Django Bustamante, dubbed as the Battle of the 80s, because apparently back in the 80s, that was the start of their prime in this game of pool.
That's right, partner. And that break is brought to us by Europa Commercial. And a dry break right there for Antonio Lining.
It's a dry break and an open shot here for Francisco Bustamante. Interesting. These guys are of the same age and from the same year.
From the same era.
That's right. Just a number of months in between these two. A nice power shot there. Stuns that cue ball, bounces off the side rail. Open for this blue too.
Maybe he will go 3 rails on this shot, partner, to get a
Possibly.
position on the 3.
Possibly. Wants to avoid traffic, so maybe traffic was totally unavoidable, especially the pink 4 and the brown 7, so he
So he
decides.
decided to go safe.
That's right.
Corner.
Calls a 2 on that corner pocket on the bottom right of your screens.
Extension.
Maybe gonna be doing a cross bank. Or kissing that 2 off the 5, possibly. Yeah, there you have it. Was indeed a kiss off the 5. Bustamante can see enough of this 2 to make it, so he's just called that corner closest to the 2 ball. Nice cut. Well, with their age, those are not easy shots. Eyesight usually becomes a problem as we get older, but no problem for Bustamante. Well, he forced that cue ball off the side rail. Had to get closer to the green 6 for an easier shot, but well, for a moment there, we all thought maybe the 7 has gotten in the way, but he's just giving it a good look before he takes it on.
Six. Corner.
Extension.
Extension.
Not a problem for Francisco. It's going to be landing perfect here for the 7.
Two balls left here for Django
That's right.
to once again tie things up with Antonio leaning.
You're right.
Ten. Corner.
And Francisco Bustamante now with 7 points. Looks like he's shooting nicely now. Let me say hello to a number of people here. Mr. Romel Reduca, shouting out sa mga taga Amadeo Cavite. Mr. Jimmy Estrella Santos, watching from Santiago City, and a good friend of ours, Nick the Quick.
That's right. And up next to break is Django Bustamante.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Cod jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And get your jump cue at Hard Time Sports Bar. You may call them 0970-796-1362 for more information, that is. So soon here at Sharks, Antonio Lining versus Darren Appleton. World champion Darren Appleton winning the World 10 Ball title back in 2007 here in the Philippines. He was up against Wu Chia Ching that time, quite some time ago.
And on your screens, mga Shark Fanatics, ang ating scoreboard para sa laban ng legends of the 80s. Ayan. Francisco Django Bustamante with 7 points, while Antonio Vice Lining is also with 7 points. And up next to break is Antonio Lining. Or rather, Django rather. That break is brought to us by Ropa Commercial. And a dry break coming from Django Bustamante. Antonio Lining has an open shot on this one.
It's not easy because he's on the rail. It's going to be tough for him to make this. Well, makes it look easy. Nice shot coming from Antonio Lining.
And he has a shot here on the 2 partner.
That's right. Still has a shot. Still has to play position 2 for the red 3. Not going to be too easy because I think he's going to have to force this a bit. Just okay. Bounces off the side rail early but still makes it. That was tough. 2 tough shots coming from Antonio Lining. He's leading by 2 points against Francisco Bustamante, but now he's looking to get 1 point ahead once again. Wow, once again he had to put a lot of speed on that. Getting position from the 5 to the 6, that's going to be the key shot here. So position after he takes on this 4, it's going to be important for him.
Nice shot on that pink 4 para dito kay Antonio Lining. And ito.
Still has to come up with a nice shot because it's not going to be easy. He wants to be closer to that 6.
Pero ito partner, mukhang draw shot na to get a position for that green 6.
Tougher still, be queuing over the 9. Lot of spin. Bumps to 9.
Ayun partner, binrig niya pa yung cluster ng 9 and 10.
That's right.
Nagkaroon bigla ng daan itong 9 dito sa ating left bottom corner, no?
And it looks like he has solved most of the problems here in this rack. And looking like he's going to be running out. Started off with a tough shot on the 1 and the 2 and the 3. Had to put a little force there for the cue ball to bounce off the foot rail a bit more.
There you have it. Antonio leading now with 8 points.
Hello to all viewers out there, Mr. Tops. Thanks for tuning in. And Stephen King watching from Batasan. Thanks for tuning in. Tom Sequena Clemente watching from Binangonan, Rizal. Up next to break, it's Antonio Vice Lining. And the matchup here for current player Francisco Bustamante here at Sharks. It's between himself and the Dynamite, Darren Appleton. Both players are world champions. Francisco winning the World Nine Ball Championship in Doha, Qatar back in 2010. And Darren Appleton winning in 2012. Soon here at Sharks. Windeline Estrella inviting Marlon Manalo, maybe. Thanks for the suggestion. We appreciate it. And Michelle Rivera watching, shouting out to Billiarista ng Kennedy, Master May Kawain Bulacan. Thanks for tuning in. Right now you are watching this battle of the legends of the 80s. It's a race to 25 featuring Django, Francisco Bustamante, and Antonio Vice Lining. And it's leaning to break right now. Once again, this break is brought to us by Ropa Commercial. Well, it looks like he has made 2 balls off that break. And the good thing for Antonio, he has an open shot here on this blue 2. Doesn't look exactly like a problem here, but he's going to be playing a combination with a 3 and 6. Obviously, he's going to hope and play for position for the red as well. Hey, nicely done. Nicely addressed. Might be drawing this cue ball off the red 3-4 to the side. Well, at this point, it looks like Antonio is going to be getting a 2-point lead once again. Gets closer for the 7, and it's going to be easy. Well, he wants to get closer to 9 as well. Might be using inside spin here off the 7. He decides to go around the 10. That was always a matter of preference here. Using his cue extension. Take this 9 and possibly get the cue ball close to the center of the table. He decides to bounce off 2 rails. Nice. Well, being left-handed, looks like he's gonna need to use the bridge. Antonio Lining gets another point in his favor. Well, that was a break and run out. Nicely performed by Antonio Vice Lining. So once again, it's going to be Francisco Bustamante to break in the next rack.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And to all viewers out there, in less than 2 weeks' time, it's going to be Jericho Banyares versus Captain America, the great Shane Van Boning, current world 9-ball champion, winning a couple of months ago. He's playing here at Sharks, the mecca of pool.
3 days yan, di ba? 3 days.
And thanks for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying this matchup between two legends of the game of pool. Their heyday was in the 80s when they were in their mid to late 20s. Francisco Bustamante and Antonio Lining. We're here at Sharks. The score is 9-7 in favor of Antonio. Once again, thanks. Keeping you company right now, Aris Almario, along with Patrick Santamaria. Happy viewing to all. Francisco to break. This break is brought to us by Ropa Commercial. Well, Was a dry break. And Antonio Lining is going to be pushing out. Looks like he has pushed to a spot where there's a kick or maybe a jump. Went for a kick, but he has left an opening here for Francisco. Might be playing a safety. Might be using those cluster of balls as blockers. Gonna be banking that one towards a side rail. Or he might go for distance apparently. He saddled for the latter. But he has left an opening as well. Well, a bit too strong there on the cue ball. Looks like it's peeking out for Francisco. Based on this view of ours. Okay, but on this camera, Bustamante has to kick. It's going to be getting a lot of distance between the cue ball and the one. Still not a hide.
One ball, corner.
And makes the one, gets close to the two, but apparently this cluster of balls, something each player has to address right now. Bustamante, he's gonna have to figure out something with this red 3.
Ten, corner.
And there you go.
Bustamante.
Django now with 8 points.
Surprisingly, that was a combination, right? Oh, a carom. There you go. Nicely done, nicely executed.
And up next to break is Antonio Lining. Live here at Sharks on September 15, 16, and 17. Badko Johan Chua will be battling out with the South Dakota kid, Shane Van Boning. Another great matchup for the great Shane Van Boning right here on Sharks. So mark your calendars on this special event brought to us by the Mecca of Pool, Sharks. ito po ang ating score para sa ating laban ng mga legends of the 80s. Ayan. Francisco Django Bustamante with 8 points, while Antonio Vice leaning with 9 points. Now here's Antonio leaning for the break. And that break is brought to us by Ropa Commercial. Brown 7 on the break for Antonio leaning. Antonio leaning tried to play it safe right there, but unfortunately lumabas itong cue ball dun sa 4, sa 5 rather.
Station.
Wow. Ang ganda ng pagkakakurita na yon. Kaso lang, hindi nabigyan ng open shot dito si Django sa 2. Now he will try to go 2 rails and pocket this 2. Good angle on the 3 for Antonio leaning, going to the pink 4.
Side. 9 ball.
This 10 right here is for Antonio leaning's 10th point. there you go, Sharkanatics. Antonio leading now with 10 points. And I would like to say shout out to Nathan Vinsande who is watching. Also to Joshua Lascais. Shout out from Davao de Oro. Shout out also to Mr. Melvin Tan and thanks for tuning in here at Sharks. And up next to break is Django Bustamante. And on September 22, 23, and 24, the RoboCop Dennis Orculio versus the South Dakota Kid Shane Van Boning. That's it. This event is brought to us by the Mecca of Pool, Sharks. Ito po ang score natin para sa Battle of Legends of the 80s. Ayan. Francisco Bustamante with 8 points. And Antonio Lining with 10 points. This is a race 25 match. Now here's Django Bustamante for the break. That break is brought to us by Europa Commercial. Round 7 of the break para dito kay Django Bustamante. At ito, meron siyang open shot dito sa 1. And a good angle going to the 2. Nice ball control here for Django Bustamante. Nice friendly bump right there on that 9 ball to get a position on this green 6. That's win number 9 for Django Bustamante.
Anyway, we're barely halfway through this match because players with 10 and 9 points, Antonio Lining and Francisco Bustamante respectively. We'll be seeing more matches here, more racks to come. Up next, it's Antonio Lining who's gonna be breaking.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Caw jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And a matchup for Chang Yun Lin, the Fire Dragon. It's between himself and Kingpin Baset Mokaybat. Finally, a nice matchup for one of the best players here in the Philippines, Kingpin, to be aired here at Sharks, the Mecca of Pool. Thanks for tuning in here at Sharks. Right now, you're watching the legends of the 80s. Hey, their prime started as early as in the 1980s when they were in their late 20s or mid 20s, that is, for both players, Francisco Bustamante and Antonio Lining, who apparently are of the same age. Born in the same year. Sila ang magkabatch. Leading to break. Once again, this break is brought to you by Rapa Commercial. Nice break. But apparently the 2 is being blocked by the brown 7. So looks like Antonio Lining has finally brought out his jump cue. And the jump shot there, unsuccessful. Trying to make that 2, but doesn't leave an easy shot. It's going to be a tester here. Let me say good evening to, good evening to Anito Kid, Leslie Mapugay. One really, really good journalist when it comes to the game of pool. Keeping us company here in Facebook Live. Good evening, Kuya Leslie, si Aristo. Happy viewing. Well, quickly, Francisco Bustamante, after that nice opening shot on the 2. What a test of his skill there. Shot making capabilities very much intact for Francisco Bustamante. He's down to his last 3 balls. To tie things up here against Antonio Lining.
Bustamante, winner!
And up next to break is Django Bustamante.
Soon here at Sharks, the Money Game King of the Philippines, RoboCop, Dennis Arculio, versus the Fire Dragon, Chang Jung-in, is the Money Game King of Taiwan. Stay tuned for this. Gonna be making announcements in the near future.
At ito po ang ating scoreboard para sa ating Legends of the 80s match. Ating score is 10-all para kina Django Bustamante at Antonio Lining. Ito po ay race to 25 event. At ang susunod na sasargo dito sa atin ay si Django Bustamante.
And that break was brought to us by Ropa Commercial. One of the few times Django has come up dry here. Lucky for him, no open shot on the 1 for Antonio Lining. Scratch coming off that kick from Antonio Lining has left it pretty tricky here, but let's see. Ball in hand for Francisco. Well, nice use of spin getting closer to the red 3. brushes the 6 a bit. Playing position for the 4, might be going in between the 7 and the 9. Or just below the 7. Wow, that was nice. There was always the risk of maybe bouncing off, going towards the scratch, but he deals with that easily. Oh, and almost scratches there, Francisco, but he is safe from that. Still a tough way out because this is not easy, queuing over that corner pocket.
And a miss right there coming from Django.
And partner, look at this. It looks to be tough because being left-handed and be queuing over the 9,
That's right, partner.
that's not going to be easy.
Tignan natin kung anong gagawin dito ni Antonio Lining.
6. Corner.
Well, he easily deals with that, and so once again, after tying things up, it looks like Lining is going to be pulling one ahead of Francisco in this layout. Nice shot there, and easy on the 9 for an easy 10 as well. Antonio Vice Lining, a few moments, is going to be getting his 11th point.
Corner. Winner. Winning.
And there you go. That's swing number 11 for Antonio Lining.
Up next to break, it's going to be Antonio Lining.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And it's the current US Open champion Carlo Biado, the Black Tiger, versus the Fire Dragon Chang Yong Lin. Almost the US Open champion as well, was beaten by the great Shane Van Boening in, I believe, the 2015 US Open Championships. So he's going to be playing here at Sharks really soon.
So, always stay tuned here sa amin, sa Sharks, to know more updates on when this matchup will be.
Thank you for tuning in, Mr. Joseha and Jopao and Highlights Kingdom, watching from Cebu. Good evening to you. Tonight you are watching the legends of the game of pool in the 80s. That is Antonio Lining and Francisco Bustamante. And that break is brought to us by Ropa Commercial. Okay, playing a safety using the 10, Antonio Lining, I think. He has left a piece of the 1 for Bustamante here. Plays a swerve, tries to make that towards the side, but a bit too much swerve. Sends the 1 ball open for Antonio. So with this layout, it's fairly open. It looks like Antonio Lining gets a chance to run out. Well, the 3 and the 4 onto the same pocket, obviously. But a question here is partner 6 to the 7. How he gets position on the 6 will be critical. How he plays for the 7.
Eto partner, medyo yung position dito ni Antonio Lining sa pink 4. Medyo sobra-sobra siya sa angulo. Kailangan iwasan niya rito yung sa east.
That's right. Quite a tricky shot there, and look at this.
At ayun nga, partner, naiwasan niya yung sa east, napadaan niya sa likod.
Well, that was not easy there. Still, he needs to get fairly nice here on the 6. Nice angle for him to bounce off 2 rails, maybe, for the 7. Doesn't need to be too close. Well, I think this should be enough for him. 2 rails with a bit of bottom right spin. That could be what he's putting on. This shot, it looks like he's going 3 using inside.
And a little too thin right there on that shot on the 6 para dito kay Antonio Lining.
That's right. Looks like he was having difficulty cueing because he was leaning over the table. Well, that was masterful. Francisco Bustamante understood that holding position for the 7 would be difficult. So instead, he bumps it. Just left it a bit not too easy. Okay, so this angle, it looks easy for him. Inside spin. That's going to be nice.
There you go, Sharkanatics. And once again, we're all tied. And shout out din po dito sa kasama namin sa amateurs. Itong si Rem Cruz. Ayan. Sina-shout out niya itong si James Makati. And up next to break is Django Bustamante. And for all you guys or Sharkanatics na gusto maging member dito sa amin, ayan, kontakin nyo lang po ang aming commissioner na si Alex Parker. His number is posted on your screens. So magpabook na kayo na screening to be held at Hard Times Sports Bar.
And Mr. Roger S.G. Caber shouting out his friend Butchoy ng Raon Quiapo. Thanks for tuning in, and maybe a matchup between Aranas and Chua maybe soon. Once again, thanks for tuning in. You're watching the Legends of the 80s here at Sharks. Bustamante to break. On the other side of the table this time. And that break is brought to us by Ropa Commercial. Nice action there coming from the rack, but came up dry. Good for him. Nothing left for Antonio Lining, so we're going to be seeing probably a push out. And a push out elected by Antonio Lining. It's now an option for Francisco Bustamante whether he wants to take this on. Intentionally went rail first because looks like he was playing a two-way shot. Well, had he made that, would have landed the shot here on the blue too, so that was close. Nice effort, but not bad because not a sellout for Bustamante.
That's right, partner. Will he go offensive right here by doing a 1-7 combo or a safety?
Well, this time he makes it, but no reward. It's got to be too bad for Antonio Lining here. He likes to jump. Looks like he has a nice leave here for himself because he doesn't sell out for Francisco.
Two ball. Extension.
Extension!
Two ball.
Corner.
Bustamante can see a bit of that 2 ball, thins it, and look at this. He has gotten maybe the best out of that shot. A lot of distance.
Two, corner.
He tried to do something there, Antonio Lining, but good thing for him. Not an easy sell here, but Bustamante can definitely make this. Well, Bustamante can run out maybe up until the 6, but the 8 and the 9, that's gotta be a problem. Might
Tingin
be,
ko, partner, pag kuha niya dito sa 5, bibreakin niya na yung cluster na yun. Medyo umatras ng konti yun, partner. Sumobra.
well, maybe he's breaking this up using the after he takes on the 6, or might be just playing a safety. Curious as to what Francisco Bustamante is gonna do here. Well, he develops the 7. That was nice. That was a perfect shot there. Francisco Bustamante really went for the breakup using 2 rails.
That's right, partner. Two balls left here for Django to take the lead against Antonio Lining.
Yes, the lead. After he was leading early in this game by 3-1 after a number of hours of play, he's going to be getting his first lead once again.
Django Bustamante now with 12 points. Alam mo, partner, yung tira niya dun sa 7 yung pinaka nagustuhan ko sa rack na to. Kung paano niya nag-break dun sa 8 and 9 para magka-position.
Oh, pero bago pa man niya natira yan, talagang ginalaw din niya yung 7.
That's right. Nagpagkatira niya sa ace.
And up next to break, that's gonna be Antonio Lining. And let us thank our sponsors here for giving us the opportunity at Sharks to broadcast live matches between professional pool players and amateur pool players. Bugsy Promotions, Ropa Commercial, and Phil Q's Billiard Q's. Let me say hello to Mr. Warren Kiamko,
One of our pros.
one of the
Ayan.
pro players here in the Philippines playing at Sharks, and shouting
Nanonood
out.
siya, di ba?
Shouting out sa asawa ni Vice Lining, si Mare Nora Chua na nanonood ngayon.
Shoutout po sa inyo. And at your screen sa ating scoreboard ng Legends of the 80s matchup between Django Bustamante and Antonio Vice Lining. Django Bustamante with 12 points while Antonio Lining with 11. Now here's Antonio Lining for the break. And this break is brought to us by Ropa Commercial.
It's sounding like a dry break here coming from Antonio Lining and an open layout for Francisco. So it's going to be a matter of moments that he might be running out. Well, assuming he doesn't make any errors, that is. It looks like the 3 goes past the 7 and the 8 for a shot towards a corner, or maybe he's going to be playing the 3 to the side where the 4 is close at. He's just pondering as to where and how he wants to play this layout. Playing a stop there. Apparently he's going to be using the rails to get position for the 5. Might be going in between the 9 and the side pocket. Or, wow, that was nice. Wanted to avoid the 6.
But he's still okay. Manageable pa rin tong 5 for Django.
That's right. Very much manageable, but could have been easier. Well, that's just a bit too bad. He almost made it and he had position for the green. Could have looked like a run out. Lining coming to the table with this 5 ball being blocked by the 6. Or possibly there's a swerve as he takes this on. And the problem there was the 5 ball was halfway into that pocket, so it was going to be hard to catch it off the rail. Bustamante with ball in hand. Once again, looks to be running out. And a bit of outside spin prevents the cue ball from sliding closer towards the 7. Nicely executed by Bustamante.
And a nice shot right there on that 8. Para dito, magkaroon siya ng perfect position para sa 9. There you go. That's win number 13 for Django Bustamante.
And once again, to break is Django Francisco Bustamante, now leading by 2 points against Antonio Lining.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Caw jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And to all billiard enthusiasts na gustong ipamalas ang kanilang galing sa bilyar, ito na ang chance nyo. Sa darating na October 24 to 31, gaganapin ang 2022 Philippine Open. Ayan, a 10-ball tournament. Registration period starts on September 1 to October 20. 128 players lang, with an entry fee of 300 pesos and a prize pool of 30,000 USD. Kaya kung meron pa kayong mga ibang katanungan regarding this Philippine Open, kontakin nyo lang ang aming commissioner na si Alex Parker. Ang number niya ay 0916-466-4695. Ayan. Para makapagpa-register din kayo sa kanya. Now here's Django Bustamante for the break. And that break is brought to us by Ropa Commercial.
Well, another dry break coming from Francisco Bustamante, but once again, no open shot on the 1 here for Antonio. I just heard referee has called a push out as called by Antonio Lining. He plays containment safety, I guess. this is very much bankable for Francisco Bustamante. Or a possibility he can make it towards that side.
And ito, nag-call na siya sa kabilang side. Cross bank na dito si Django. Wow. What a nice shot coming from Django Bustamante. Partner, kitang-kita mo yung pectus no? Kumapit.
Kumapit nga. Pretty much knows what he's doing, definitely. Bank pool champion, Francisco. Even the great Efren Reyes acknowledges that when it comes to banking, Francisco Bustamante is better in that aspect as compared to Efren. And that was a nice slice there. Lands nicely here on the purple 5.
And ito, partner, ganda rin ang angle niya dito, no? Kahit natural lang. Kakaroon ng position for the 6.
That's right. Once again, a backstroke being executed very effectively by Francisco Bustamante. And the use of a soft stroke with lots of spin there to get close to the 7. Bustamante looks like he's going to be using the bridge because the 9 is apparently in the way.
Three balls left here for Django Bustamante.
And stunning that cue ball with lots of power. Bounce out towards the center for this shot on the 10 to get a 3-point lead.
There you go, Sharkanatics. Django Bustamante now with 14 points.
Mr. Raynor Agua from Facebook Live. Mga idol natin pagdating sa bilyar.
Yan,
Dahil sa
tama
kanila natutong magbilyar. Dahil din sa kanila, hindi ka nakapagtapos ng pag-aaral. Muntik na rin tayo dyan. No? So, that's funny, Mr. Raynor Agua. Thanks for your comments.
Thanks for that comment, sir.
Mr. Ray Laboratorio and Keith Macaspak watching on YouTube. Up
Shout
next.
out and good evening sa inyo.
Yes,
And up next to break is Antonio Lining. Coming soon here at Sharks, another great matchup for you. Francisco Django Bustamante versus Darren the Dynamite Appleton. This special event is brought to us by the Mecca of Pool, Sharks. At ito sa inyong mga screens ang ating scoreboard para sa laban ng mga legends of the 80s. Francisco Django Bustamante with 14 points while Antonio Lining with 11. Ayan, partner. Dumating na yung time para sa pagtatapos ng aking shift. Kaya sa mga Shark Fanatics dyan, I'll be leaving you with my partner, Professor Freeze, Aris Almario. And that's it for me for tonight. See you again tomorrow. Mr.
And
Suave, Patrick Santamaria, signing off.
yes, thank you very much, Mr. Suave, good friend of mine, Patrick Santamaria. You're going to be hearing more from him tomorrow night. And that break by Antonio Lining is brought to us by Ropa Commercial. Well, it's looking like a dry break here. And an open shot for Francisco Bustamante. Okay, after a nice shot there on the one, nicely straight on this two. A lot of effort to draw that cue ball to get perfectly in line on this three. That was a nice shot. As to which I think he's going to be drawing once again. Okay, instead he plays a stop shot. Question is for me is maybe he was planning all along to take this four via a cut towards that blind pocket on the bottom right of your screens. Not going to be too easy.
Four. Order. Station. Extension.
Okay, so for a moment there we all thought he wasn't going to make that pink four, but after a nice three rail shot, he lands nicely on this purple five. Well, he's pretty much in line for a run out, Francisco. Stuns that cue ball, slides it closer to the 7 perfectly. Now the 7 to the side for a shot on this 8. It looks like he's getting his 15th point. Could be the biggest lead that he has gonna be having in this match. And there you have it. That is Francisco Bustamante, Django with 15. I would like to say thank you for your very kind comments, Mr. Leslie Mapuga, a good friend of mine, also known as Anito Kid. Very much. I love many articles written by Anito Kid, especially when it comes to the game of pool. And to break in the next rack, that's gonna be Francisco Bustamante.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
September 8, 9, and 10. Mark your calendars. It's Jericho Banyares versus Shane Van Boning. SVB. Gonna be playing here at Sharks, the Mecca of Pool. Mr. Vic Umali, good morning to you. And to Paulo San Juan. William Ramos Ocampo, good morning as well. The Lone Silencer watching from YouTube Live from Florida. It's about 12 p.m. there. It's morning here in the Philippines. Donel Madrigal, nice to see veteran campaigners. Yes, it's pretty much nostalgic, Mr. Donel. Once again, you are watching the legends of the 80s. That is Francisco Bustamante up against Antonio Lining. That break is brought to us by Ropa Commercial. Once again, looks like it's a dry break, but Francisco Bustamante has hooked Antonio Lining with this 2-ball unintentionally after that break. So a push out coming up. Electing a push out there. It's not going to be easy, so he has given it back to Antonio Lining. What a shot there. Played by Antonio Lining. He has created a cluster between the 1, 2, and 3. Bustamante now has a problem to solve. Looks like a hidden Mickey. So instead, he decides to reposition that pink 4. Take an intentional foul. Leave this problem for Antonio Lining to solve for himself. Well, he's going for another save. Maybe behind the 8. Legal shot. And, well, somewhat a leave here for Antonio Lining, but it's a long straight in 1. So a draw shot, probably. Getting closer to the 2. Maybe a stun. Stun draw. Not too close on the two, but still very much doable for Antonio Lining. Would have been easier if he were right-handed, but might be playing a safety this time. And once again, a backstroke shot. Gonna be playing a safety using the 9. Okay, so apparently Francisco Bustamante could see enough of the 2 to make it, but now the 3 might be taken towards the side. But he has to draw. It's not going to be easy. And we're not even sure if the pink 4 passes the 6.
Extension.
Extension.
Side.
Side. 3.
Oh, would you look at that? He was using the 7 to hold position for the 4.
Six.
6. Corner. Foul.
I think he was trying to play a safety, but apparently he scratched. So with this layout, Antonio Lining will be running out. Looks like he has landed perfect here for the brown 7. 9 ball doesn't go past the 10, so it's going to be taken towards the corner pocket on the bottom right of your screens earlier. And playing same pocket position, it looks like he drew less of that cue ball. Now he is going to be shooting this probably towards the side. Still very much makeable for Antonio Lining. And that was a nice shot. Antonio Lining now with 12 points, catching up. And up next, it's gonna be Antonio leaning to break. Live here at Sharks this coming September 15, 16, and 17. Bad Boy Johan Chua up against the South Dakota kid Shane Van Boning. Brought to you by Sharks, the mecca of pool. Mr. Francis Smith watching on YouTube. You're right. Oldies but goodies. Alan WLC watching on YouTube. It's an exhibition match. Yes. How much I'm not aware. My job here is just to provide context and keep you company, guys. I hope you're enjoying this matchup between the legends of the 80s. Francisco Bustamante with 15, Antonio Lining catching up with 12 points. And that break was brought to us by Ropa Commercial. Wow, look at this. A nice break. But a fairly difficult shot here on the one. Going for a safety using the 3. This might be a bit short. But not an easy shot. But I've seen Francisco Bustamante in the 90s shoot this really hard and make it. That was back when he was in his prime. Not exactly past his prime, but nobody beats Father Time. But still, shot making skills very much intact. Francisco looks to be playing possibly 2 rails or 3 rails position. Oh, he misses on that. And to make things worse, he has gotten a scratch. He's going to have to wait for another chance now. Mr. Andy E1. Pool idol is Busty. Yes. One of the players that really inspired me to play the game of pool, Francisco Bustamante. Also Antonio Lining as well. Nicely played using 2 rails, 3rd rail to hold position for the pink 4. And a nice angle for him to get onto the 5 for the short side, I believe. And a nice bump there, but looks like he's gonna have to play a bank. Antonio Lining. A bank is his option, one of his options here. And he's just called it. Bank to the side. Well, he has elected to play a safe. Gonna be settling for distance, but Francisco, being a bank pool champion that he is, might be taking this on. Okay, decides to play a safe instead. But this is a more makeable shot. He is left for Antonio Lining. Well, he makes that cue ball pass in between the 9 and the 10 and the 6. That was nice. And lands with a fairly nice angle on this 9. Looks to be drawing the cue ball off the side rail. Or apparently it looks like he's just rolling this. And nicely done. Antonio Lining catching up is now with his 13th point once he make this stand. And next to break, it's Francisco Bustamante. And let's visit V. Lugao, ang Lugao ng Cubao, with a branch at 117 Scout Limbaga Street, Barangay Sacred Heart, Quezon City. This coming September 22, 23, and 24. It's a matchup between two of the best players in the world, Dennis Orculio versus Shane Van Boning. Here at Sharks. Score now is 15-13 in favor of Francisco. Earlier he was leading by 4 points, and Antonio Lining, after a number of mistakes coming from Francisco, is catching up. That break is brought to us by Ropa Commercial. Well, that was a powerful break, but looks like the 8 was on the way to be made. Apparently it got bumped by the 6 ball, I think. Little by little, Antonio Lining is gaining momentum as he is getting a number of chances to run out and catch up. And gets nice position here on the pink 4. 5 ball might be taking it towards that side, but he has a lot of angle. Might be using a lot of inside to hold the cue ball for the 5 ball. Just like that. Nicely executed by Antonio Lining. And after a nice shot there on the 5, once again with inside spin, he's perfectly in line for the 6. And nice cue ball control to take the 7 in the same pocket where he just took the 6. Nice shot there. Mr. Dog Hall, you're very much welcome. I as well consider Francisco Bustamante as one of my top 5 players. Mr. Raymond Phillips from YouTube. Good morning to you from the Philippines. And we are here with Antonio Lining right now, running out after a dry break coming from Francisco. And there you have it, Antonio Lining now with 14. Up next to break, that's Antonio Lining.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Caw jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And a matchup for the Fire Dragon Chang Jun Lin, one of the best players in the world. He's up against our very own Kingpin, Baset Mokay Bat. Finally, some exposure for one of the best players in the Philippines. Gonna be playing here at Sharks really soon. And thanks for tuning in here at Sharks. You're watching the legends of the 80s in Filipino pool. Francisco Django Bustamante with 15. He's being caught up by Antonio Vice Lining. We're at 14 now. And he's going to be breaking in a few moments. And Antonio leaning to break. This break is brought to us by Ropa Commercial. It's looking like a dry break. We're not exactly sure if after that break, Antonio Lining has left it open for a 110 combination. Might be on. Probably not. So based on this angle, the 5 is partially blocking that one ball. Where's the cue ball heading? Oh, and just a bit too bad for Francisco. A brush off the 5 sent that cue ball towards the corner. Overdrew that by quite much. Right, that much, and well, it's still makeable, but it's gonna be tougher than what it was supposed to be. Overcut it. Bustamante is going to be getting a chance, but he's going to be using the bridge, shooting at this.
Extension!
Cue ball failed to travel just a ball's width, and he would have had a shot here on the red free. But now looks like if ever Francisco does jump, he's going to be bringing out his jump cue now. Apparently not. So he's going to kick. Nice kick, but looks like he's going to be selling out for the side. The cue ball is going to be traveling up table. Well, let's see how Antonio Lining might avoid traffic here. Unless, of course, there's a window. Because it looks like he's shooting this. There is a window. Decides to play a safety instead. Once again, a kick shot coming up from Francisco Bustamante. Let me say hello. Good morning from the Philippines, Miss Lisa Just. And gets a lot of distance between the 3 and the cue ball. But if ever Antonio Lining wants to take this on, might be going for a combination with the 3 and the 7. But he has called the bank, so it's going to be a two-way shot. Possibly looking for a safety as well. And a nice safety executed there. Bustamante, once again, is going to be kicking. Or, looks like he has a jump cue. He's jumping over the 5. Wow, he makes the 3, but apparently he made the cue ball as well. Could have been a nice shot there coming from Bustamante. So with this layout, it looks like Antonio Nicoy is going to be tying things up. And 2 balls left here for Antonio Lining. And once again, a backstroke shot. And Andy E1, is Antonio a pro? Yes, one of the pro pool players here in the Philippines. Not exactly internationally known, but in Asia, this guy is a legend. Enteng Cabisote on YouTube live. No audience here. It's just a broadcasting facility, so we're all watching from your screens on your phones or at your TVs. Mr. Joel De Guzman on YouTube, very much welcome. Hope you enjoy. Up next to break, it's going to be Francisco Bustamante looking to once again get a lead. And another nice matchup for you guys here. It's RoboCop versus the Fire Dragon, Dennis Orculio, up against Chang Jung Lin. Brought to you by Sharks, the mecca of pool. Mr. Robert A. Antonio is about 59. So according to Google, Wikipedia, he's 58. as well as 59 because he had his birthday recently, and Francisco is 58. Thanks, Mr. Benjamin Rabina. And well, shouting out to a viewer here on YouTube Live video channel watching from Quezon City. Magandang madaling araw sa lahat. Thanks for the appreciation. You're watching the Legends of the 80s. Francisco Bustamante to break. That break is brought to us by Ropa Commercial. The 7 is going. Okay, there you have it. Maximum result. A very good result with that kind of effort coming from Francisco. Still one of the hardest breakers in the world. Stun follow on that cue ball. Nicely executed by Francisco. Looking like a break and run out.
Corner, 4.
And, well, that could have been disastrous if he had landed behind the 8, but he's still okay. Very much poised to do a run out here. And talk about commentator's curse coming into effect. If that's real, oh my fault. Anyway, that was a bad miss. Easier for Antonio Lining to shoot this, being left-handed. He's going to be leading once again. And 3 balls left here. Antonio Lining to once again regain the lead after trailing by 4 points. What a swing of momentum.
Corner. Winner.
Let me say good morning to a good friend of mine, Ryan Serrano Bato, also a player here at Sharks. Really good player. And congratulations for being promoted, Mr. Ryan Serrano, to Class O-. Up next, it's going to be Antonio Lining to break.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And Chang Yung Lin up against Carlo Biado, the current US Open champion here at Sharks. It's Black Tiger and the Fire Dragon going at it really soon. Stay tuned for announcements as to when this matchup is going to be held here at the Mecca of Pool. Mr. Brian Francis. Well, I would like to believe that I did get him. It's like I have the power to jinx every player who plays here in this table. Once again, thanks for tuning in here at Sharks. It's the Legends of the 80s. Legend of the 80s. Because in the 80s, when they started making a name for themselves in this game of pool, and 40 years later, here they are. This break is brought to you by Rapa Commercial. And a dry break, but apparently no shot here for Francisco, who's looking like he's going to be pushing out. Well, after a push out, Antonio Lining has duly given it back to Francisco. Not sure what he is planning here, but let us see. Well, I think he has left a piece of this one. Leading now by 1 point. Can play a safety as well. Using the 2. Well, he leaves it safe there. But there's a one-rail kick for Bustamante. He's called the corner there. Looks like that sounded weird. Probably a miscue coming from Bustamante. Lucky for him, it doesn't sell out. And well, he has left a combination with a 1 and a 6 for Francisco Bustamante to take on.
Six. Corner.
bit too bad here. Francisco fails to make that 1-6 combination. And bumps the 8. Still very much okay with this too, but could have been easier for him. Still a number of things to address. That's a shot on the 5 from the 4. Oh, and a miss coming from Antonio Lining. No sellout. Going for a safety behind the 10. And, well, I think there's a window, but not enough for Antonio Lining to directly take on the shot on the 2. So, looks like he's going to be jumping over this 10. Legal shot. And it looks like it's going to be a sellout. Once again, the 5 and the 9 are still lined up for a combination, but not too easy, really. Looks like he has landed with an angle here on the pink 4. But he's measuring up for a combination.
Nine.
Corner.
And that's better. Nice combination. Francisco Bustamante with 4 balls left here on the table. Might be taking this 7 towards the side. Just lacking a bit of pace there to be easier on the 8. And using his knowledge when it comes to rails, he's nice on the 10 for his 16th point. We're going to be tied once again after 32 racks.
Bustamante, winner.
Once again, up next to break, it's going to be Francisco. Once again, inviting amateur pool players to play here at Sharks. First, undergo a screening process held at Hard Times Sports Bar that is located at 59D Timog Avenue, Barangay South Triangle, Quezon City. Text or call Alex Parker via his cell phone number that is 0916 466 4695. Mr. Chris Constantine, retired, not sure, but he's not playing most of the major tournaments overseas, but every now and then I think I still see him play in maybe the Derby City tournament there at the US. Once again, thanks for tuning in. You are watching Legends of the 80s. That is Bustamante and Linning. And that break is brought to you by Ropa Commercial. Makes the one, but doesn't have a clear shot on the two. So once again, looks like he's going to be pushing out. Okay, so Bustamante electing to push out has left himself with a tough shot here on the two. Wow. Tough is nothing, but don't scratch. And, well, he has gotten away, dodged the bullet there. Can make this three towards the side. Just a bit too thick with that shot, so Tonyo Lining once again is going to be back at the table. Oh, looks like the shot clock got him right before when he was about to shoot. The alarm just went off. Mr. Chris Constantine really enjoyed this guy play. Yeah, the stroke never changed. Honestly, it feels nostalgic watching him play, seeing that stroke. He's going to be forcing this cue ball. Okay, using rail first, but apparently gets a bit too soft there for position on the 5.
Side.
No problem there. Once again, bank pool champion Francisco Bustamante playing a nice bank on the 5. That was a sweet stroke. Killed that cue ball with lots of spin to get position for the 7. Well, he bumps the 10. That was unintended, I believe. Now he's got to come up with a really nice shot here on the 8.
Corner. Extension. Extension.
Well, he catches it a bit thin. So once again, a chance for Antonio Lining. And finally, Antonio Lining makes that shot. Shot clock was starting to tick off or alarm once again. And he's going to be nice on the 10 for his 17th point. Antonio Lining with 17. There you have it, inching closer towards the finish line. Let me say good morning to one of our professional pool players here, Mark E.J. Cunanan, watching from San Jose del Monte, Bulacan. Thanks for tuning in, Mr. Cunanan. And to break, it's going to be Antonio Lining in the next rack. And let us thank our sponsors here. All these events at Sharks are made possible because of them. Bugsy Promotions, promoting world-class quality pool matches with world-class pool players playing here, giving opportunities for amateurs like me to showcase my talent in pool and hone my skills in this game that we do love. We also have Rapa Commercial in the Philippines, is in the distribution of pool equipment and accessories since the 1960s. And Phil Cues, conceptualized in 2018, is in the promotion of Philippine custom and production cues that can match and surpass the quality of cue makers in the international community. Once again, maraming salamat sa aming mga sponsors. You're watching the Legends of the 80s. Their prime started as early as the 1980s when they were in their mid-20s, going through their late 20s. So here we go, Antonio Lining to break. That break is brought to us by Rapa Commercial. It's looking like a dry break now, but no easy leave here for Francisco Bustamante. Or you might be seeing enough of this one. I think he has called a bank. A cross bank apparently. Oh, so he could swerve the cue ball enough for him to make the one, but hitting the rail just a bit too early for him to make that. Taking the 2 to the side. But I think he has come a bit short for him to easily roll that cue ball to get a shot on the 3. So Antonio leaning. Well, let's see what he does here. Decides to play this 3 with a cut. Very much makeable for this guy, Antonio. 4 to the side, possibly, after the shot. Nice shot there. Going 3 rails. Position for the pink 4. Perfect for Antonio leaning. Going to be drawing off 2 rails for position on the 6. Needs to leave himself an angle. So don't draw too much. Oh, and a miss. Looks like he has left a shot here for Francisco Bustamante. And viewer from YouTube, Sexy Video Channel, active pa ba si Superman Gomez? Yes, I believe he is still active in the US, where he plays right now.
Extension!
Going for a cross bank. And a possible safety, but comes up a bit soft there. Nice inside spin off that 5 ball and lands nicely here on the green 6. Antonio leaning once again is poised to get another point in his favor. Came up a bit short, but still very much makeable for Antonio leaning on this 9. Gonna take the 10. The same pocket for this. And this 10 ball for his 18th point and to be leading 2 points against Francisco Bustamante.
Winner!
And once again, thanks for all the viewers, all the comments here. We appreciate them here at Sharks. Mr. Peter Nagy, thanks for the appreciation. watching from Hungary. Hello to all people from Hungary. El Profesor. Yes, we had Efren Reyes before here at Sharks. Maybe he's gonna be back. Stay tuned for that. So now it's Francisco Bustamante to break in the next rack.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Caw jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And we would like to invite you to participate in the 2022 Philippine Open Sandball Championship this coming October 24 to 31. Brought to you by Billiard Managers and Players Association of the Philippines. Registration begins September 1, that's a day from now, and ends on October 20. 128 players will be playing first come, first serve registration basis. Entry fee of 300 Philippine pesos and a prize pool for the top 32 of 30,000 US dollars. Double elimination as we start, and down to the last 64, we're going to be proceeding with a single knockout format. For more details, look for Mr. Alex Parker. Text or call him via his cell phone number, that is 0916 466 4695. And a good friend of mine, Don Rod. Good morning to you, Mr. Don Rod. And Marvin Joseph Osona, thanks for the information. And Francisco to break. Let's hope he makes something of this and catch up. Once again, this break is brought to you by Rapa Commercial. Once again, he has come up dry, but no open pocket for that one. And he's going for a safety, using the 8 as he bumps the 10 out of the way. Might be seeing a jump. Francisco with a jump cue. Might be taking this on.
Extension!
Nice shot there, and look at this. A possible 2-10 combination. And to answer your question, once again, YouTube viewer, I'm not sure why the World Cup of Pool is not being held here in the Philippines. Anyway, that was a nice safety played. Of course, the 2-10 combination was just too difficult to take on. I was just hoping, at least. Goes for his own jump. And, well, no easy leave here. It's going to be a safety battle, I guess. Looks like he's going to be kicking in between the 4 and the 6. There has to be a window. And nice shot there. Nice shot there. Well, Francisco going offensive. It looks like he's going to be nice here on the pink 4. Kind of short, but still very much doable. Play the rails, or apparently can always do a slow roll. And he's playing the rails. Lands close enough for the 5 for a cut. Doesn't want to bump the 8 as he takes this on. And with this layout, hopefully I don't jinx him, but it looks like he's going to be out. And decides to go for the short side of this 9, where all he has to do is just roll forward. He's going to be getting closer to that 10. And this shouldn't bother him. Backstroke shot, or a left-handed shot apparently. Not a problem for Bustamante, now with 17 points. And to break in the next rack, that is Antonio Lining. And pretty soon here at Sharks, it's Antonio Lining up against world champion Darren Dynamite Appleton. Stay tuned for announcements as to when Darren Appleton is going to be playing here at Sharks, the mecca of pool. And Mr. Lucas Fracaso Werner. Yes, it's pretty much nice to see Francisco Bustamante. Well, for pool players like me, growing up, Django Bustamante, definitely one of my favorite players aside from the great Efren Reyes, as well as Antonio Lining. Maybe I have number 1 Efren and number 2 Francisco Bustamante on my list. Thanks for tuning in to Sharks. It's the legends of the 80s here. That break was brought to us by Ropa Commercial. And it's looking like a dry break. It's looking like the one may be made, but it's going to be tough because Bustamante is going to be queuing on the rail. Good thing the one ball is fairly close to that pocket. He's calling a push out. And he has left what I think to be as a rail first shot.
One ball, corner.
Wow, that was nice. Real first shot coming from Francisco Bustamante. I believe the 2 doesn't go past the 8, so this has to be made on the side pocket. And he bumps the 4 and the 6, breaking it up, thereby creating a shot for the 4. Nice strategy coming from Francisco Bustamante. Looks like he has gotten straight here on the 5. Something he didn't want. Maybe he caught that 4 just a bit too thick. He's got to come up with a really nice shot this time.
Corner.
A rail first. It catches it just a bit too thick. Luckily he didn't scratch, but now at the table is Antonio Lining. All he has to do with this is just make the 5 and he's going to be getting a shot on the 6. I believe. This is tough. Shooting over a pocket. Never an easy task. Well, he's left a shot here for Francisco, but then again, it's not easy. Getting position for the 6 is going to be tough as well. Well, he tries to make that, and he has not left a shot, and that's going to be okay for now.
Corner.
Extension.
Extension.
Going for a kick. Apparently can't see the 5, so kick, but it hits the point of the side and open shot. Francisco Bustamante with a chance to tie things up once again. And 3 balls left for Bustamante. With this, getting on to his 18th point, this match has effectively become a race to 7.
Corner. Winner, Bustamante.
And Francisco Bustamante now with 18. Once again to break, it's Francisco Bustamante.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
Once again, thanks for tuning in this coming September 8, 9, and 10. Really close now, less than 2 weeks' time. Jericho Banyares Panday, one of the best players right now in the Philippines, is up against possibly the best player in the world, Shane Van Boning, to play here at Sharks. Let me say hello to Mr. Josio Garzon. Hola from Mexico. Buenas tardes. Thanks for tuning in, Mr. Josio. You are watching the legends of the game of pool in the 80s here in the Philippines, now tied at 18. This has become a race to 7 because it's a race to 25 for both players Francisco Bustamante and Antonio Lining. And Bustamante to break right now. This break is brought to us by Rapa Commercial. And that's more like it. Trademark break coming from Francisco Bustamante. A really hard break. Look at the result. An open shot on the 1. considered to be one of the best players, or probably the best player at some point in the 90s, Francisco Bustamante. Highly regarded for that very powerful and controlled break of his. Lot of stories coming from this guy. One story I've heard, or read rather, coming from CJ Wiley, also one of a really good player in the US. I read from his Facebook page was that CJ and Francisco were playing a match back then, and it was a race to 13, I believe. CJ Wiley, after the lag or the toss, broke and ran out 12 straight against Francisco Bustamante. And on the next break, he came up dry. After that, according to CJ, Bustamante ran out 13 in a row, winning the match thereafter. Wow. How we all wish there was video back then being recorded. It's going to be a break and run out coming from Francisco Bustamante. There you have it. Now, once again leading. So that's 3 straight wins coming from Francisco. Up next, it's going to be Nikoy Antonio leaning to break. And thanks to one of our sponsors, that's PhilQs, for giving us the opportunity to broadcast these live matches. And soon here at Sharks, September 15, 16, and 17, featuring Johan Chua and Shane Van Boning. It's Bad Boy versus the South Dakota Kid. So mark your calendars. It's going to be happening here live at Sharks. Once again, thanks for tuning in. It's the legends of the game of pool here in the Philippines back in the 80s. Keeping you company right now is Aris Almario. Hope you're enjoying this. Happy viewing to all viewers out there. Leading to break. And that break is brought to us by Ropa Commercial. Well, he makes a ball off that break, but doesn't land nicely on the one, so might be playing for a safety now. Thins the one. Wants to get behind the 10 and oh, that's close. Can't tell if Francisco can see a bit of this. Looks like he can.
Extension.
One ball.
One ball, corner.
Oh, and that's going to be a foul. Apparently, the first rail, he went a bit too wide there. So with ball in hand, no problem balls in this layout. We can assume that Antonio Lining is going to be running out.
Five.
Nice use of spin there, bounces off the head rail. Lands perfect for this pink 4. Gonna be stunning this, getting closer. Or apparently because he's left-handed, he had to settle for this shot, which he can easily reach when he's using a Q extender. Antonio Lining. Avoids the side. Lands fairly okay here with the black. But I think he's going to have to take the 9 towards the farther corner pocket on the bottom right of your screens. Or possibly he may take this to the side based on this camera angle. Looks to be fairly makeable. Oh, but he commits a miss there. What a mistake. But doesn't leave it easy for Francisco, so it's going to be a tough cut here on the 9.
9, corner.
Bustamante right now. He has called it. He's going for it. Oh, and the shot clock just went off right when he was taking on that shot. So you can see how disgusted he is with that event. Chance for Antonio Lining to tie things up. And there you have it. Antonio Lining now with 19 as well. Effectively, this becomes a race to 6 match. And to break in the next rack, once again, via alternate break format is Francisco Bustamante. Once again, V. Lugaw with a branch located at 117 Scout Limbaga Street, Barangay Sacred Heart, Quezon City. Bisita na po tayo sa V. Lugaw, ang lugaw ng Cubao. This coming September 22, 23, and 24, Dennis Orculio and Shane Van Boning. Those strangers, when it comes to big matches, going to be playing here at Sharks, the Mecca of Pool. Mr. Michael Lubrin, thanks for the appreciation, watching from Seattle. And Mr. Alex Ramon and Mr. James Costello, good morning to you guys from the Philippines. Here we go, Francisco to break. This break is brought to us by Bropa Commercial. What a really hard break that was. That's the reason why he's that successful when it comes to this game. And he has the cue ball parked right at the center of the table. And he's gonna clear maybe the 5. He needs to. And he makes that 2-ball fall, and he's going to be getting a shot here in the red 3. Wow. Don't scratch. Okay. Not to be biased here, but I'd like to see a break and run out. Well, he lands fairly straight on the 5. That's going to be tough. Looks like he has enough of an angle on the 5. Wow. He pounds that. Amazing. Classic, vintage Francisco Bustamante. Let's hope he makes this 6. Oh, and catches it just a bit too thin. That could have been great. He has left a real first shot here in the 6. Referee is going to be looking closely here. I think there's a lot of room anyhow between the 6 and the 7. Well, catches it thick. He's going for a bank. Francisco. Wow. Very much masterful. Former bank pool champion at Derby City Classic, Francisco Bustamante. Banking skills in check. Funny sound there. Sounds like a miscue, but still is okay here with this black. And with a shot for him to get on to his 20th point. Francisco Bustamante comes up nice with that bank shot. We'll see it via this instant replay in a few moments. Let me say good morning from the Philippines. Pau Pau watching from California. So in the next rack, it's going to be Antonio leaning to break.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Cod jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And get yourself a code jump cue and code tip at Hard Time Sports Bar. You may text or call for more information. Hard Times 0970-796-1362. Once again, Hard Times text is 0970-796-1362. So Baset Mokaibat has a nice matchup here. It's up again. He's up against Chang Yung Lin, the Fire Dragon from Taiwan. Here at Sharks, the Mecca of Pool. Mr. Michael S. Alnop, good morning to you. And the score right now is 20-19 in favor of Francisco Bustamante against Antonio leaning 5 more wins to bag this, 5 more points to bag this win against Antonio. On the other hand, 6 points for this guy, Nikoy. That break is brought to us by Ropa Commercial. Looks like he has a shot, and oh, it's looking like an open layout here. Looking to tie things up once again. Draws that cue ball closer to the 2. He's got to use his cue extension this time. Well, he was praying really hard that that cue ball doesn't bounce off too much. This still is going to be a tough shot. He's leaning over the table. But still makes it anyhow. So nice recovery. Might be playing the 5 towards the corner pocket on the bottom left of your screens. Or might be playing the 5 towards the side. That side pocket on the right. Not exactly ideal when it comes to this shot. Still makeable, but now he has to work for position on the 6.
Corner. 5 corner. Extension.
Goes around the 8 and lands perfect here on the 6. To which I think he's going to be going around the 9 and the 10 for position on the black 8. Draws that just a bit to get closer to the 9. And has drawn this cue ball perfectly, shooting the 10 on the opposite corner. And there you have it. Antonio Lining once again is tying things up in this matchup. So once again, it's Francisco Bustamante to break in the next track. And a matchup here in the Philippines playing at Sharks. It's RoboCop Dennis Arculio versus the Fire Dragon Chang Yung Lin. Money Game King versus another Money Game King. Let me say good morning from the Philippines, Mr. Jimmy De Sousa from Vegas and Mr. Jojo Velasco. Good morning to you guys. Mr. Simon Cameron J. Ritt. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the information that you provided us here on Facebook Live. Hope you enjoy this. Legends of the 80s in the Philippines. Francisco Bustamante and Antonio Lining. It's now down to a race to 5 between these two guys. Mr. James Costello, good morning to you. And Busty to break. This break is brought to us by Ropa Commercial. Nice break, nice scatter, but no balls off that break. So it's going to be Antonio Lining right now shooting. Looking to get safe behind the red 3. Looks like he did. And a kick. Doesn't sell out. Well, now if a safety is going to be played by Antonio Lining, question is how? Well, he backs the 1 and his cue ball is going to be landing nicely behind the 9 and the 10. But Francisco, he has a jump cue, so big possibility he jumps. And it looks like he's just brought it out. I think he has called a 5, but he fails to make it via combination with that jump. Lining right now. Looks like he can play a safety as well. Looks like it's gonna peak out for Bustamante, but not quite. Okay, he's still behind the 2. Once again, I think he has brought out his jump cue. Or apparently, maybe not. He's going to be swerving. He's called the 1 ball. That was close. Still not left an open shot here for Antonio Lining. Well, the only available safety that time was that shot, and so gonna be kicking this time, Francisco. And look at this. Comes up with a safety as well. Antonio Lining is going to be kicking, and maybe he's going to be calling the 5 in the process. Not sure if he has landed safe, but there's a possibility that from this angle it looks like Francisco can see the 1. All the 5. He's going to be playing a combination now. And it's nice here on the 1. Looks like he's going to be bumping the 2 or maybe the 9 and the 10. Nicely done. But didn't want to be behind the 3 this time, so a bit of a bad roll there. Francisco Bustamante. He's called a 2. Going for the kick. Legal shot. Where's this landing? And it's going to be a sellout. Chance right now to once again regain the lead is Antonio Lining. Well, the 3 looks like it goes past the 10, unless of course he wants to play a combination. And being a left-handed player, it's going to be easier for him to lean over and shoot this pink 4. Looks like he's going for the center of the table. Going directly to the 6 ball. And the 7 goes past the 9, so a stop. Something he might be playing with this shot. Gets close to the rail. Looks nice. Wow. Catches it just a bit too thin. And pockets are not too forgiving this time. Francisco Bustamante looks like he needs to swerve this. Where apparently he's going for the kick.
Extension.
Wow, what a nice kick there, Francisco.
Side, 8.
Oh, but a miss on that 8. Not good.
Eight corner.
And this shot on the 9 going to the 10. Might be playing the 10 towards the corner pocket. Or maybe the side.
Ten, side.
10 to the side this time. There you have it. First to the 21st point.
Winner, leading.
First with 21 wins is Antonio Lining. That was quite a rack there. Mr. Cristiano 007. Well, Bustamante. Not exactly his best night here. Morning. Nice story, Mr. Jimmy De Sousa and Daniel Jordan from Indonesia. Good morning to you from the Philippines. Up next to break is Antonio Lining.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
Invitation to all players out there from the Philippines to try out and play here at Sharks, especially for the amateurs. First, you have to undergo a screening process that's held at Hard Times Sports Bar, located at 59D Timog Avenue, Barangay South Triangle, Quezon City. For more details, look for Mr. Alex Parker. Text or call him via his cell phone number, that is 0916 466 4695. And thanks for the suggestion, Mr. Simon Cameron Dayrit. Quite long here. Once again, thanks for tuning in. It's the legends of the 80s in Philippine pool. Francisco Bustamante up against Antonio Lining. It's going to be leaning to break right now. And that break is brought to us by Rapa Commercial. He makes the 9, and he's going to land nice on the 1. All of a sudden, fails to get ideal position on the 2. Looks like he shot himself on the foot this time. He's gonna have to kick. I think he's called a 10. He's given a chance for Francisco right now. It's an open shot on the 2. Draws that cue ball off the 2. Thing is, he's shooting over the rail, on the rail, so it's not going to be easy on this red. Good thing the 4 is just by that corner pocket in the top right of your screens. No problem for Francisco. Mr. John T on YouTube Live. Yes. If there's anyone unbeatable, that is Father Time. Eventually, he always catches up onto us. Looks like he has gotten awkward here on the 6, but still can make this to the side and play with a bit of bottom right spin to get nice position on the 7 as he bounces off that side, that bottom rail.
Extension!
Well, he's going for the corner. And using a lot of inside. Wow. That was a tough shot. And Francisco Bustamante looking to tie things up in this rack. Technically, taking this match, bring it down to a race to 4. And with lots of conviction, he makes that 10. And next to break is Francisco Bustamante in the next rack. And let's thank our sponsors here at Sharks. All these events we are providing to you are made possible because of them. Bugsy Promotions, promoting world-class quality pool events with world-class pool players. Also giving opportunities to amateur pool players just like me the chance to showcase my skill and my talent in the game of pool. We also have Ropa Commercial in the Philippines, has been in the distribution of pool equipment and accessories since the 1960s, and Phil Q's, conceptualized in 2018, is in the promotion of Philippine custom and production cues that can match and surpass the quality of cue makers in the international community. So once again, maraming salamat. And Mr. Simon Cameron David used to call the Thunderbreaker. Well, he still has it, but he doesn't use it too often. One of the reasons why I broke a number of my break cues because I wanted to emulate this guy's break. You look at that. That break is brought to you by Ropa Commercial. May not sound as hard, but when you're down there refereeing or being the opponent, does hurt my ears. Put a sting in my ear. Looks like he has used the 10 as a blocker. But I just think that there's a bit of the one that Antonio Lining can see. Just not sure if he can make it. Well, from this angle, it looks like he can. So he might be going for this.
Extension.
Goes for safety. Very nice speed control coming from Antonio Lining. Getting the cue ball and the one ball hidden from each other.
Corner. Extension.
Well, makes a nice hit there on the one, but looks like he has given a chance for Antonio.
One.
Can make this one. Also get position for the blue 2. There's going to be a combination with the 6 and the 8, but it's not going to be difficult for Antonio Lining. Wait a minute, he has bumped the 8. Can't tell for sure if the 6 goes past it, but if it doesn't, there's going to be a carom for that. But why he has landed here, we're not sure. Overplayed position, I believe. Okay, so after a kick coming from Tonyo Lining, Francisco now is shooting at this pink 4.
Extension. Six.
Once again, thanks. Still watching with us, Kim Andrea Salabares. And the 6 just wouldn't want to go. Would you look at that? Almost went. It changed its mind.
Six.
Good morning to you, Miss Kim. Going for safety, apparently he didn't land nicely on the 7, but Francisco has a look at this brown. Well, he was trying to get behind the 10. Fails to do so, but he has left the cue ball pretty tough. Close to the rail.
Okay.
But Antonio Lining, what a shot. What a time to come up with a really great shot there. Three balls left here for Antonio Lining to get on to his 22nd point.
Corner.
The stand ball for his 22nd point. And he makes that go. Antonio Lining now has 22. 3 more points to end this. Mr. M.I. Mike Morgan dot shoots. You are very much welcome watching from YouTube. There's two legends in this game of pool, especially in the 80s when they started their prime in this game. And he's going to be breaking Antonio Lining, the next rack. An invitation to all players interested to play in the Philippine Open 10 Ball Championship this coming October 24 to 31, brought to you by Billiard Managers and Players Association of the Philippines. Registration begins September 1, ends on October 20. Only 128 players will be allowed to play. First come, first serve. Entry fee of 300 Philippine pesos, that is less than $6, and to be distributed for the top 32 players is $30,000. Double elimination format and single knockout once we get down to the last 64. Text or call Alex Parker for more details. 0916-466-4695. And Mr. Simon Cameron Dayrit, Nikoy Lining, well, not really well known when it comes to international scene, but for us Filipinos here, this guy is a really tough player. Break from Antonio Lining is brought to you by Ropa Commercial. Looks like he's gonna get a shot here on the 2, maybe. Well, it looks like the 3 has gotten in the way. And good morning to you, Kairos Dragon. Thanks for tuning in to YouTube. And Karim Gamma 18. Well, the push out is being called by Antonio Lining right now. Okay, so that push out creates a lot of distance between the 2 and the cue ball. Antonio Lining is back at the table right now. Going for safety. Left a kick here for Francisco. He has called the side pocket. Oh, and he has committed a foul. And with ball in hand, still a number of things to address for Antonio Lining. That is the 7, the 8, and the 10. They're in a cluster there. But as far as the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the 7, it looks like it's easily makeable. Well, still needs to play position still for the 4. Hopes he get there. We hope he gets there ideally. For him to get position for the 5 as well. Looks like he has an angle just enough for him to bounce off or maybe slide off the side rail. Oh, but he bumps the 6. And he has gotten himself behind the cluster. Now he has to kick. But he's going to be giving a shot for Francisco now. This is makeable for Francisco. Well, he broke up the cluster, but he has landed, which I believe behind the 8. Looks like he has to kick once again.
Side 6. Foul.
And, well, failed to make contact. Now with an open layout, Antonio Lining, easy for him to run out. But the 8, well, he has to play position for this corner pocket on the bottom right of your screens. Perfect position for him to get his 23rd point and 2 more points away before he bags this win against Francisco Bustamante.
Corner. Leaning, winner.
And I would like to say good morning to a number of people here on YouTube. Uga, shouting out to Sevilla family from Westminster, California. Thanks for tuning in. Carl Marco Vertusio. Shouting out from Vallejo, California. Up next to break, it's Francisco Bustamante.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Caw jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And the matchup here at Sharks really soon. Stay tuned for announcements as to when Antonio Lining is going up against Darren Appleton. And at Choice, Jules TV, watching from Mandaue, Pacnaan, from City of Cebu. Michael Bacala, watching from Doha, Qatar, shouting out his family in the Philippines, Purok 4. Palilan, Jimenez, Misamis Occidental. Once again, thank you very much to all viewers out there. We are coming to a close in this matchup between the legends of the 80s in the game of pool in the Philippines. Francisco Bustamante has 21. Antonio Lining has 23. Mr. Simon Dayrit, yes, very uncharacteristic. It must be the fatigue because right now they have been playing for about 5 hours now. But he's breaking. Let's see. That break was brought to you by Rapa Commercial. Amazing. Really amazing break coming from Francisco. Well, he pounds that one. Now he has set himself up for a bank towards the side.
Side 2.
Well, it went a bit too wide. Oh, it's going to be a chance now for Antonio Lining to get on the hill.
Two, corner.
Well, nice shot there. Antonio Lining lands nicely on the red 3 as well. He's going to be queuing over the 9 and the 10. That's going to be a challenge. Needs to draw this cue ball off the pink 4 as well. Good morning to you, Mr. Javier Gomez Villar from Mexico City. One of my favorites as well is Bustamante.
Extension.
He has gotten perfect here. Nice draw coming from Antonio Lining. Uses spin to go around the 9 and the 10. Antonio Lining with his 9 ball. Gonna be playing same pocket position, I believe. Okay, just slow rolls it. Was easy for him to play position for the opposite corner for his 24th point. And there you have it, Antonio Lining now on the hill. And he's going to be breaking Antonio Lining in the next rack, looking to end this match between Francisco Bustamante and himself. Let's see in the next rack. Soon here at Sharks, Francisco Django Bustamante is going to be playing up against Darren Dynamite Appleton. Two world champions, Francisco winning in the year 2010 and Darren Appleton winning the World Nine Ball Championship in 2012. Stay tuned. We will be making announcements as to when this match is going down here in the Philippines. Score right now, 1 win away for Antonio Lining and 4 wins away for Francisco Bustamante. Once again, keeping you company is Aris Almario. Hope you are enjoying this. It's been a really long match between these two guys. About 5 hours. We started around 9:15. It's about 3 a.m. in the morning here in the Philippines. And Antonio Lining to break. And that break is brought to us by Ropa Commercial. Well, it's going to be a dry break and it's going to be a chance for Francisco. Well, getting from the 2 to the 3, it's going to be a challenge. Looks like he's playing position for the 3-9 combo. Easily makes that. He's going to be getting position on this 3-4 there. Nice stun. Well, this rack looks to be open for Francisco. He's gonna have to draw, maybe just across the center. Yes, bouncing off 2 rails, left himself a nice angle on this green 6. Well, he wants to get closer to that 7. He just got there, but this is a lot of angle. Well, it looks like he's going to land perfect for the 8. Wow. And Francisco Bustamante is still alive and kicking here in this match. There you have it. Just 3 more wins for Francisco. He's going to be breaking in the next rack. Up next to break, Francisco Bustamante. How about a break and run out? Well, let's see.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
Once again, this coming September 8, 9, and 10, Jericho Banyares is up against Shane Van Boning. Save the dates, guys. We're going to be featuring this matchup between the great Shane Van Boning and one of the top players in the Philippines, Jericho Banyares. Once again, you are watching Legends of the 80s in the game of pool here in the Philippines. Francisco Bustamante is trailing by 2 points with a player on the hill, Antonio Lining. But he's going to be breaking, and let's hope he comes up with a break and run out. That break is brought to us by Ropa Commercial. Well, more pool to be played here. It's a dry break, but nothing open for Antonio Lining. Mr. Highlights Kingdom. Shane Van Boning just recently won the World 9-Ball Championship. Yes, to Mr. Roman Palanquerin, SVB is going to be playing here in less than 2 weeks' time. Nice kick coming from Antonio Lining. He has gotten safe. Once again, that is September 8, 9, and 10. He's coming here to play for at least 3 matches. And a kick shot coming from Bustamante. Hasn't sold out. Gotten safe. Use the 8 as a blocker, and Bustamante once again is going to be forced to kick. Wow. Look at that. He has gotten it safe. Looking to jump right now is Antonio Lining. Oh, and look at this. He was aiming for the one, but he has unintentionally broken up the cluster, and this is an open layout for Bustamante. He can run out from this point on. Gonna be easy for him to play position for the 4 to the side, where I believe he needs to play the 5 ball, the purple 5, towards that side pocket, closer to it. Slightly overran position, but still very much makeable. He's gonna have to address position for the 6 after that cue ball goes bouncing off the side rail and the head rail. Perfectly played there, Francisco. What a recovery shot. Plays position for the side on this 7 ball. Looks like he's getting on to his 23rd point.
Side, 8 ball.
And Bustamante still catching up. There you have it. The score now is 24-23 in favor of Lining. Up next to rig, it's Antonio Lining. The next rack, let us see if he ends it via break and run out. And this coming September 15, 16, and 17, another matchup for Shane Van Boning. It's Johan Chua versus SVB Bad Koy up against the South Dakota Kid. Mr. Roman Palancarin, he's going to be playing here up until late September. So I'm not sure if he's going to be playing elsewhere at that time. Once again, thanks for tuning in. We are down to our last three. Last two racks, possibly. If Django Francisco Bustamante wins this, it's going to be a heel-heel matchup. But this guy, he's looking to win, so Antonio leaning to break. That break is brought to us by Ropa Commercial. Dry break apparently, and no sellout, but Francisco, maybe he can play a safety.
Extension. One ball, corner.
Well, he's going for the corner. Look at this. Well, he almost made it. He has not left a shot directly here for the one. Antonio leaning right now. Looks like he has to kick. Or maybe play a swerve. He's kicking. There's a window. Wow, look at this. What a time to come up with a counter safety.
One ball.
Now he's swerving, looking to make this one as well. Still no sellout. Once again, a safety played here by Antonio Lining. But I think Francisco can see just a bit of the one. He has called a bank on this corner pocket where he's queuing over at. And he has gotten safe. Wow.
Five.
Oh. Once again, another safety. These guys are very much skilled when it comes to this game, but can't believe that after how many shots being done, still no open look at this one ball. And it looks like a chance has arrived. Antonio Lining with an open look here on this one. That was really nice effort coming from Francisco, getting the cue ball to stop just where the one was at. Nice opening shot there. Oh, Position from the 4 to the 5, that's going to be the key. He has left himself a nice shot here in the red. Wants to get closer. More importantly, needs an angle with the 4. Right now in the Philippines, it's about 3:15 in the morning. And this match has gone down the wire. Not exactly how he wanted to bump the 9, but now this becomes more interesting. He has called the bank. He may be planning to break up the 9 and the 10 as a cluster. Well, he tried to, but now with 3 more balls before he gets on to the 9, it's going to be a question whether he uses the cue ball to break it off once he gets on to the 8. This is the shot. Once he breaks this up, he's gonna have to land nicely on the 9. So there you can see he is measuring up. And the chance has arrived, but it's not an easy shot here on the 9. Might be going for the side because that is the closest pocket that he has for this. It's too tough, really.
Extension.
Well, I think he's going for the corner. It's not going to be easy shooting this close to this, to any object ball. And what a nice shot, and Antonio leaning with this stand ball for the win. There you have it. Congratulations to Vice Antonio Lining. And after a really nice safety battle on that last rack, eventually it was Antonio Lining who came up successful in this matchup between him and Francisco Bustamante. Congratulations, Antonio Vice Lining. What a game. And there you have it, guys. Our winner with this one-on-one event, Race to 25, is Antonio Lining, also known as Vice. It was our final event. We started August 30 in the evening. And now we are done after apparently 6 hours of play from these guys. Once again, congratulations, Antonio Lining. I would have to say good night to everybody. It's good morning in the Philippines. We're going to be airing more matches here, both on Facebook and on YouTube. Later this morning, 10 a.m., featuring amateur pool players. And another really nice matchup in the evening, featuring professional pool players. Once again, thank you for tuning in. Sharks is going to be here to stay. Good morning to all. I'm going to be signing off. This is Aris Almario. Thanks for tuning in to Sharks. We'll see you all tomorrow morning. And Miss Kim, Andrea, you are very much welcome.